Good afternoon, ladies and gents. Welcome to the video. Let's just get inside so that we can hear ourselves think. And just wait for some folk to get into the live stream. So we are flying today the Flight Sim Studio 727-200, the PAX version. As you can clearly see, this is the Dan Air livery, which is already one of my favorite liveries. What we'll do is we'll start with the pre-flight check. And we'll get things up and on and going. So the first and probably the most important thing is to first ask the ATC whether it's acceptable to fly a non-RNAV aircraft outbound from Gatwick at the moment. So what we're going to do is go to, interestingly, we only have ground control. Whoa, hang on a second. Did all of our ATC just disappear? Oh, wow. Okay, so when I logged on earlier on, the UK had ATC. We're doing, there's the Cross the Pond event. We're going down to, yes. And Gatwick had a load of outbounds. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to disconnect and I'm just going to go to Beyond ATC because that will have full coverage. So we're going to get that set up instead. So for those who have joined the live stream, please just pop a message in chat so that I'm aware that the audio seems to be okay. Okay, Beyond ATC. Beyond ATC is updated very frequently, so we're actually just currently going to do a quick update. Yes, install. So while that installs, I will begin setting up the aircraft. So today our flight is going to be from Gatwick down to Tenerife North, which it has an ICAO code number of Golf Charlie X-Ray Oscar. And this was actually a real-world charter flight from Gatwick in the 727 by Dan Air. So that's what we're going to be doing today. And while that works, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down immediately and turn on the INS to standby and get the oh. Can I not pause my track IR? Oh, okay. Okay, so we're also running with chase plane. I have not really used chase plane for a number of years since it was not brought into MSFS 2020 for quite a while. But now it is. We're using it here, and hopefully soon it will also come to 2024. And what with chase plane, usually I would move my camera into a position with track IR and then pause track IR, and then it would remain in that position until I unpaused track IR. And I realized just now that currently that does not work. So I'm just going to have to hold my head in this position So we're going to go to position on the INS, and we're going to plot in our current position. So our current position is, let me just right click and get this from copy INS to copy position to clipboard. I'm going to grab my lat and longitude in text prompt, and I'm going to plug that in. That's 51. Okay, so that's north 51 09 0.3 insert, and then we are west, and we're only 10.5 west. There you go, insert. So that is our INS waypoint. Now, to begin aligning that position, we can immediately go to the align, and now we're in the align mode. We leave it in the align mode while it aligns, and you can go to direct you can go to desired track / status, and the status here is on the right hand side, the 9.5. So this is going to count down from 95, 85, 75, 65, 55, etc., all the way down to 0.5, and at 0.5 it's the most accurate position. It basically, 95 is its least accurate state, 0.5 is its most accurate state. So what it's now going to be doing is aligning. Now we're in align mode. It's going to gradually be going down through 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and then we go from align to nav. So, okay, so now we're in the align mode, and we've put the latitude and longitude of our current position in the position box. We can now go to waypoint, and we can begin putting in each individual waypoint for our flight plan. Now, it currently says our current position that we've put in, and that's because the waypoint DME selector is at 0, and 0 in the waypoint DME selector is always our current position. We need to change from 0 to 1 to go to our first waypoint, if that makes sense. So what we're going to do is we're now going to begin working with our flight plan. While we do that, let's just connect Beyond ATC so that it can configure and pull up all of its traffic data. It's going to populate the airport with all of its AI aircraft, and those aircraft are going to be coming and going dynamically as we set up, and then we will just jump into the queue along with the rest and have fun. So yeah, for those who have just joined, apologies, this isn't going to be on VATSIM because VATSIM ATC just disappeared across Gatwick. Let me just double check that it still has just disappeared across Gatwick. Yeah, Tower has come online, but what I really want is a full experience. Yeah, it's come online a little bit, but most of London has gone offline, and that's probably because they just had to deal with the entirety of the Cross the Pond event, and now most of the Cross the Pond event is done. They're logging off to have dinner and actually have a break and cry. So what we're going to do is we're just going to use Beyond ATC today. Hey, Bearded Toad. Hey, Marvin. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. We're just going to work with our flight plan. So our flight plan on SimBrief, you can see because we're not flying RNAV today, we don't have a SID and a star. So we're flying direct from Gatwick to Southampton VOR, which is our first waypoint. And then we have a load more waypoints as we go down across northern France, across Spain, Portugal, out over the Atlantic, and then we finally come in for a landing at Tenerife North, which, like I said earlier on, this is a real-world flight that was done. Actually, this particular flight crashed into the mountain of Tenerife, and that's how I know that this was a real flight, because, of course, it's documented. All of aircraft accidents are very well documented in history, and that's sometimes a really good way of knowing what vintage routes were being done, because you just look at what crashes happened a long time ago, and you can usually find out. So you can see now that Beyond ATC has populated the spaces beside us all with AI aircraft. If we go out to our external camera and we spam around, you can see there's an EasyJet next to me, And why do I have... There we go. Looking all very good. So back in the cockpit. This is my first flight actually with chase plane, so I'm really looking forward to this. Doing great was controlling in the morning. Moscow was one of the CP2 departures. That's an interesting way to find routes. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, nice. You were controlling then. Very good. Very good. Right. So unfortunately, yeah, I'm just going to ignore VATSIM. So what we're going to do now, if I come back down and I now go to desired track / system, yeah, it's now 75. So you see, it's getting more accurate. So our first waypoint is going to be Southampton. I'm going to view my my SimBrief flight plan as a PDF, and if I scroll down, you can find all of the lats and longs for every waypoint on the flight plan, and that's what I'm going to be using to input into the Delco Carousel 4 alpha. So Southampton is the first. Let's just zoom in on that. That's going to be 57. So we'll come down here and we'll go, we're on waypoint 1, so we'll go north is going to be 50, 57, 3, insert, and west is, you hit west, and then it's 120.7, 120.7, like so. That's the first waypoint. Now let's go to number 2. Now for number 2, if I look at my flight plan, essentially, between SAM and ORTAC, all of these other waypoints are in a dead line. So really, for the SIVA INS only having 9 programmable waypoints, I'm not going to waste space. I'm not going to waste those 9 slots on waypoints that don't actually have any meaningful change to the flight plan, particularly as I'm not on live ATC, I'm not on live VATSIM today. Sometimes a live VATSIM controller would give me a direct to something, and it pays to be specific, but I'm just going to go from Southampton direct to ORTAC. So I might skip a few. I might skip a few in the sequence, and that's why. So ORTAC is north, is actually 50 degrees 000. So that's 5,000.0. And west is going to be a little bit more. It's going to be 200.3. 200.3. Insert. Waypoint 3 is going to be from ORTAC. Is directly across, all the way across France to Athleen, or Athlen, Atlen actually, Atlen. So it's going to be north, 4430, 4430 and 3. Insert. It's going to be west, 456. 456.9. Insert. Waypoint 4. From Atlen, we're going to go down to Bexal, which is north 3558.0. Enter. West is going to be 1126.9. Insert. There we go. Let's go to the next one. So the next one from Bexal is Ostiv. Let's go Ostiv. That looks legit. Where is Ostiv? There it is. That is going to be north 33.09.0. Insert. West is going to be 1350. 1350.2. Insert. Now the next one from here, I believe, is Conba, which is a well-known waypoint going down to Tenerife from the north. So that's going to be, let's go number 6. Let's go north 3118.0. Enter. And west is 1518. decimal 1. Insert. Now, from Conba, we're actually going to go direct. If I pull open a little nav map here, I believe I'm going to be studying the approach charts in cruise. But I believe the best thing to do is to come inbound this VOR here, Tenerife VOR 17.7. Yeah, 117.7. So if I right click on this and I go more and I go copy the lats and longs to clipboard, and then I go to my clipboard and then I type in my lats and longs, I can then go direct to that VOR. So, and I believe that's going to be helpful for from Conba, because we don't have a star. We're going to go direct to this VOR, and then we're going to fly an approach from there on. So it's going to be 2832. Insert. West is going to be 16.16.1. Insert. Okay. Now from that position 7, we're going to go back to local navigation at that point. So that's not a big deal. We don't need to go any further than that. We're going to be going on to local work, VOR to VOR and radar vectors from ATC. So Beyond ATC has correctly chosen the right runway, and la-di-da. I'm hoping to get into the air before dinner, and then once we're in cruise, I will probably go AFK for a short time for dinner, and then come back. Ignoring VATSIM is my plan too, after 4 hours behind the radar. Yeah, we'll just have a chill Beyond ATC experience in the 727. So, that is the INS is done. If we go back to desired track / status, yeah, we're on 6.5. Now, I am in the middle of creating a comprehensive tutorial for the Delco Carousel 4-alpha, which is colloquially named the SIVA INS. And it's going to be a tutorial completely based off of the official manual for the unit, and I'm in the middle of production on that at the moment, so that's going to be fun. And I intend to do a short mini series of, I hope, highly accurate videos on this unit, because this is really the test bed aircraft for our further endeavors in the non-GPS airliner flying that we're going to be doing. So with the 727, really, it's only got one, but that's okay. One thing I have learned actually about the SIVA INS, once it reaches level 5.5 in accuracy and the blue light comes on, you can actually go to nav right now. You don't have to leave it to go all the way down to 0.5 before you turn to nav. But it should continue to align. Actually, let's do that now. Let's go. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. It's just gone direct. It's just... Okay. It's just gone directly to 0.4. Interesting. Okay. That, I don't think that should happen. I think it should continue to align based off of that checklist. Anyway, the next most important thing to do is to run to my loading, and we need to start getting fuel and such and such on board. Let's enable GSX on both and hit load.
Boarding requested.
And hit load. Can I just exit that? Yeah, look. Oh, looks like it, actually. So if that's happening, let's just get the air stairs in, because the jetways boarding stairs, let's remove that so we can get that up. Like so. And does it mean that things should start to... I don't have... no. I don't have control of track IR in those other external cameras, which is a bit weird, but anyway. So, so that's the flight plan. Pretty simple, pretty easy. Again, the SIVA INS makes you generally you feel like it's really complicated and scary, but actually it's not. It's fine.
Passengers boarding starting.
Okay. So let's just get things set up. Let's just put the radio altitude at 1,000 feet as a kind of gauge for acceleration. Let's get the local QNH on board, which is 1018. And we will continue with the... So my numbers are saying 13 minutes 21 and 12 minutes 25, and then it's not counting down like it usually does. I wonder if that's because I've hit GSX enable on both. Oh. Okay, apparently it thought there was only 2 passengers on board. That's not right. There's 117 passengers on board. Has it got the right... Yeah, it's got the right... Let's just go instead of... Let's just disable. And let's hit... Ah, okay, now they're working. I don't want to spend 13 minutes loading, but we'll just see how it goes. I really like chase plane. My computer's performance is quite bad at the moment because I've got Beyond ATC loaded up, and it's an old, the computer's showing its age these days. But it's okay. What a beautiful aircraft. I really am falling in love with the 727 PAX version. Okay, so it's going to be a runway 08 departure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spam those 2 forward. So now those weights are all in the aircraft, and let's go to the takeoff conditions. Let's select... So the wind is... shouldn't be 70... I see. The wind is coming from 074 at 11 knots. The runway is going to be 08 right. Flaps we can set to... we can leave them at 15. And let's set the EPR and the EPA and the trims. There we go. And let's also set the V speeds. They have now been set. And it sounds like, yeah, things are closing up. The boarding has been complete, and there's an aircraft on takeoff. What is that? That is an A320. Vueling. Yeah, it looks like a vueling A320. Where is he taking off? Why is he taking off in the middle of the grass? That does not look good. Oh. Yeah, he's taking off in the middle of the grass. That's a big issue. Well, let's just pretend we didn't see that. I'm not going to be taking off in the middle of the grass.
Fuel truck is in position.
Okay, so the fuel truck will, yeah. I'm a bit new using this automatic integrated GSX with the aircraft, so I'm just going to... What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit reload sim brief. Hopefully that... I'm not too late for my scheduled departure. Let's just hit prepared for pushback and departure. And hope that the fuel truck disappears. In the meantime, let's hit the before start flow, and my first officer is going to start to run through that. And hopefully we get on the APU and then we can take off ground power. I see, okay, right. But then how is the fuel truck? This is the thing with GSX. I'm just going to restart GSX. There we go. That's usually the easiest way. Okay. Okay, so we're ready. We're ready now to prepare for pushback and departure. So let's jump on to grab ATIS.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback. Stabilizer trim check. Trim tested and set. Flight director checked. Boost pumps went on. Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Let's go 136. Yeah, 525. That's fine. Why am I not hearing?
Flight recorder checked.
Yeah. Ah.
DC power check. Hydraulic pumps on. Rudder power check. Locking gear.
I should be hearing ATIS.
Master is on.
Hang on, if I go to...
And stairs disconnected. Before start checks complete.
Oh, okay. Is it actually that I turned the volume down? Yeah.
80 for 9. Gatwick delivery. Expect runway 08.
There you go. Okay.
1604 Zulu. Wind 070 at Niner. Temperature 17. 2.06. QNH 1022. VFR conditions. Landing and departing runway 08 right. Transition level 060. Temporary flight restrictions are in effect for Gatwick. Advise on initial contact you have information Zulu. Gatwick Airport information Zulu. 1604 Zulu. Wind 070 at Niner. Temperature 17. 2.06. QNH 1022. VFR conditions. Landing and departing runway 08 right. Transition level 060. Temporary flight restrictions are in effect for Gatwick. Advise on initial contact you have information Zulu.
Okay. Sweet. So, that's information Zulu. QNH is 1022. And that is a runway departure of 08 right, which is what we were expecting, and a transition level of 060. So, what we need to now do is we need to go to clearance, which is 121.955, and grab IFR clearance. So, we want to say, Gatwick delivery, good afternoon. Dan Air 1008 requesting IFR clearance as filed with information Zulu QNH 1022.
Royal Air Maroc 803, request IFR clearance to Casablanca Airport. Royal Air Maroc 803, Gatwick delivery. Thanks for Zulu. Expect runway 08 right, Southampton Tree Papa departure. Squawk 6040. Southampton Tree Papa departure. Squawk 6040. Royal Air Maroc 803. Royal Air Maroc 803, read back correct. Contact ground 121.805 when ready for push or start. Will contact ground 121.805 when ready for pushback or engine start. Royal Air Maroc 803, thanks. Dana Air 1008, Gatwick delivery. Information Zulu correct. Expect runway 08 right. Climb 6,000 feet on runway center line, then expect radar vector Southampton. Squawk 1564.
Climb to 6,000 feet on runway centerline, then expect radar vectors to Southampton, VOR. Squawk 1564, Dan Air 1008.
Dana Air 1008, read back correct. Contact ground 121.805 when ready for push or start.
Will contact ground on 121.805 when ready for push and start. Thank you very much, Dan Air 1008. Okay, so basically that's the clearance done. He's given that to us.
Dana Air 1008, you're welcome.
Aww. Aren't we though?
Boeing 548 Mickey looking to pick up our clearance to Orly Airport.
Okay, so let's go ground. And we are ready for requesting push and start, really, on gate 104. Gatwick ground, Dan Air 1008 is on stand 104, requesting push and start. Hey, bring back...
Dana Air 1008, Gatwick ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face west.
Pushback and engine start approved, faced west, Dan Air 1008. Will do, man. I definitely will bring back VFR flights.
Boeing 548 Mickey Gate to 4, request pushback.
Yeah, I love the cockpit as well. Face west.
Release parking brakes, please.
Vueling 548 Mike, Gatwick ground, pushback approved. Face west.
Pushback and
Release
engine
parking
start
brakes,
approved,
please.
face west.
All
Boeing
engines clear.
548 Mickey.
Start at will.
Engine 1 is rotating. We have the beacon is on. Past 15. My FPS is not very good, but it'll improve soon. Just watching that. Temperatures and pressures. Fuel flow is alive. EXH is alive. Coming into the green. Off, the ignition has turned off. Let's close that guard. Let's start engine number 2. Engine number 2 is turning. Up through 10%, N2. Coming up to 15% N2. So let's get the engine on. Introduce fuel. And
Please set parking brakes.
okay, setting parking brakes. That's parking brakes set. And is that, yep, number 3. Number 3's coming online.
Vueling 548 Mickey request taxi to the active.
Number
Vueling
3 is
548 Mike.
turning.
Runway 08 right taxi via Juliet. Zulu, Kilo, Tango.
Let's just watch.
Rango 08 right
What?
taxi via Juliet, Zulu, Kilo, Tango, Vueling 548 Mickey.
Unlocking gear.
Okay, so I'm back. Let's just have a look here.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Okay. So,
Left is clear. Right is clear.
nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Yeah, definitely, Avazard. I will bring back VFR flights. I just got into a DC-9 rut there for a while when I was focusing on the getting the DC-9 beta update out the way. Now that's out the way. I really hope that A2A release their Aerostar soon. And also that second aircraft they were talking about, that they've not announced what that is. Okay, so we're just going to run through the after start checklist first.
Nav beacon and logo light set. Emergency exit lights are
Let's just do a controls check.
Euro nav and compass source set to normal. Alternate flaps off. Engine and wing anti-ice off.
I should also have... oh yeah, look at that.
Ground proximity warning system checked. Flight instruments all on one. Airspeed warning checked. Yaw dampers on. Spoilers to 10.
Let's run through the taxi checklist.
Taxi lights. EPR is set to decimal
Taxi light on.
0. Trim is set to 0 decimal 0 I.
Let's grab
Probe heat on.
ground. Dan Air 1008 is ready for taxi.
Dana Air 1008. Runway 08 right taxi via Kilo, Romeo. Hold short runway 08 left.
Taxi to runway 08 right via Kilo Romeo. Hold short runway 08 left. Dan Air 1008. Oh, there's a takeoff. That performance looks a bit ambitious to me, but that's beyond ATC for you. Okay, here we go. Is this...
Vueling 548 Mike. Contact Gatwick Tower 12 for decimal 23. Have a good afternoon.
Contact Tower 124 decimal 23, Vueling 548 Mike.
Okay, let's get the heading bug on, and let's get our first heading bug is 077. Was it Juliet? Yes, it was this.
Dana Air 1008. Cross runway 08 left at Tango. Continue taxi via Romeo, Juliet, Tango.
Cross runway 08 left at Tango. Continue taxi via Romeo, Juliet, Tango. Dana Air 1008. I don't know what it is about. I'm just out of practice. That's what it must be. Oh dear. Okay, I see I've got a control bind issue, and I'm gonna have to fix that at the hold before takeoff, because every time I press the button to change camera, my speed brake engages, which I'm sure we can all agree is probably a pretty disastrous thing. So I like the cockpit camera shake though. Okay, so we're taxiing all the way down to the end. There we go. He's going to hand me off to tower pretty soon. So, but before he hands me off to tower, I'm just going to really quickly go into my control bindings and double check what is happening with my spoilers. I'm just gonna have to unbind it because I have a new binding for my so yeah, the slash key on my keyboard has always for years been my go-to control for
Dana Air 1008. Contact Gatwick Tower 12 for decimal 23.
contact tower on 124.23 Dan Air 1008.
EV27 Romeo Mike, Gatwick Tower, wind 070 at Niner, runway 08 right, cleared to land.
Before takeoff, check start.
Runway 08 right, cleared to land. EV27 Romeo Mike.
Ignition set to continuous. Essential power on Gen 3.
Control options. I should just be able to go search by input. Nope. Come on. Oh, maybe I'm doing it. Maybe I need to be on that. Elevator trim down? No, what am I doing? It's number 2. Oh, flip me. Come on. Right. I know what I want. It's not any of these things. Go away. Flight controls and services. Okay. There it is. Toggle spoilers. Clear current input. Validate. Apply and save. Go to back and resume. There you go. Yeah.
Gatwick Tower, EV43 Papa Golf, ILS runway 08 right. EV43 Papa Golf, Gatwick Tower, continue. Roger, EV43 Papa Golf.
Okay, the EasyJet's coming in. I just can't see him in the brightness. There he is. Yeah, I think Gatwick is misaligned somehow. Because they're landing on the grass. You'll see. Yeah. There's 3 inbounds, I think.
Easy 27 Romeo Mike. Exit next available taxiway.
Exit next available taxiway. Easy 27 Romeo Mike.
Easy 27 Romeo Mike. Monitor ground 121.805. Bye-bye.
Ground 121.805. Easy 27 Romeo Mike. Bye-bye.
Easy 43 Papa Golf. Runway 08 right, cleared to land. Easy 43 Papa Golf.
Gatwick Tower, Easy 52 Golf Tango, ILS runway 08 right.
Easy 52 Golf Tango, Gatwick Tower, continue.
Interesting.
Roger, Easy 52 Golf Tango.
Gatwick Tower, Easy 81 Zulu Kilo, ILS runway 08 right.
Easy 81 Zulu Kilo, Gatwick Tower, continue.
No, you see, this is the thing. One of them needs to go around.
Roger, Easy 81 Zulu Kilo.
That's not right at all. So Beyond ATC still needs a bit of work here.
Easy 52 Golf Tango, wind 070 at Niner, runway 08 right, cleared to land.
Runway 08 right cleared to land. Easy 52 Golf Tango.
I suppose Easy 81 Zulu
Easy
Kilo
43 Papa Golf, exit next
has
available taxiway.
reduced speed enough. Maybe he's reduced speed enough
Exit next available
that spacing is okay,
Easy
but
43 Papa Golf.
earlier on that looked really bad. After these 2 EasyJets, I should get the clearance to take off. And is there anyone behind me? I don't think so. No one's really taxied up behind me yet. Nope. There is... Nope. I think taxi speeds are also a bit too fast still.
All aircraft be advised information Alpha now current. QNH1022.
I see. His touchdown zone was off
Easy
center
52
line.
Golf Tango. Exit next available taxiway.
Yeah, is the EasyJet going to go around
Exit
then?
next available taxiway. Easy 52 Golf Tango.
Is he going to go around?
Easy 52 Golf Tango. Monitor ground 121.805.
He's not got.
Ground 121.
He's not got clearance to land yet.
Easy 52 Golf Tango.
He never...
Easy 81 Zulu Kilo, wind
Runway 08 right cleared to land. Easy 81 Zulu Kilo.
Yeah. Still work needs to be done here. Clearly. Sadly, but...
Easy 81
we're on the
Zulu
way.
Kilo, exit next available taxiway.
Exit next available taxiway. Easy 81 Zulu Kilo.
Okay, we're next.
Easy 81 Zulu Kilo, monitor ground 121.805.
Ground 121.805. Easy 81 Zulu Kilo.
Dan Air 1008 is holding Juliet 1.
Dana Air 1008, Gatwick Tower, wind 060 at 8, fly runway heading, runway 08 right, cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 08 right, Dan Air 1008. Okay. Over the threshold we go. Okay, here we go. Power set. There's EPRs. Power is set. There we go. Airspeed alive. Rotate. Gear up.
Dana Air 1008, reset transponder, squawk 1564.
Uh-oh.
Dana Air 1008, reset transponder, squawk 1564.
Squawk 1564, Dan Air 1008.
Dana Air 1008, contact London Control 133.18.
Contact London Control 133.18, Dan Air 1008. London Control, Dan Air 1008 is with you, passing altitude 3,200.
Dana Air 1008, London Control. Identified. Climb to flight level 150.
Climb flight level 150, down air 1008.
After takeoff, checks complete.
Dana Air 1008. Turn right. Heading 255.
Turn right heading 255, down air 1008. Okay, what I'm going to have to do is change my views slightly. Set. Taxi light can come off. Up through 8,000 feet. EPR settings are still looking good. At 10,000 feet.
Dana Air 1008. Contact London Control 118.475.
Contact London Control on 118.475, down air 1008.
Turkish 3 Juliet Lima. Contact Amsterdam radar 119.175. Have a good afternoon.
Contact Amsterdam radar 11 iner decimal 170 Turkish 3 Juliet Lima.
Alpine 3443, London Control. Expect Lamso 2 Alpha, runway 36 center.
Expect Lamso 2 Alpha, runway 36 center, Alpine 3443.
London Control, down air 1008 is with you, passing through flight level 145 for flight level 150.
Dana Air 1008, London Control, identified. Climb to flight level 300.
Climb to flight level 300, down air 1008.
Tomjet 3 Echo Juliet, contact Paris Control 126.4 Contact Paris Control 126.475. Tomjet 3 Echo Juliet. Dana Air 1008. Cleared direct Southampton. Resume own navigation.
Cleared direct Southampton, Dan Air 1008. Okay guys, so let's go to from turn knob to auxiliary nav, and we are now going from, let's go from waypoint change 0, 1, insert.
London Control, Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha. Good afternoon. Flight level 370. Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha, London Control, identified.
Okay folks, I'm just going to mute the stream here at the moment. Just, hey Ian, good to see you. Just to say, now that we are in the climb, we're going to be climbing up to flight level 300, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go AFK for a moment, order myself some dinner and the wife, and we're going to sit and basically just relax for this cruise, and then I'll do some approach planning coming into Tenerife later in a few hours' time. But because we're not on VATSIM, and there was no VATSIM coverage on departure at Gatwick, we're going to be using Beyond ATC, like I say. And because of that, why am I descending? Why am I descending? Okay. Why am I descending? Stop descending. What is going on? Hang on. What on earth is going on? Good thing I caught that. I know that I can ascend up to cruise at about 1,800 feet per minute, and the aircraft will be okay with that. So I'm just going to pause as there. Right, pause. Okay, good thing I caught that. Right, I'm going to go run and just be AFK for a little bit. I'm just going to pop... okay, I'm just going to pop a little text here on the screen, so that we are good. Okay, folks, feel free just to chill, and I should be back soon. And I'll just pop the audio back on for you so you can...
Chanex 21 Yankee, London Control, radar contact. Ryanair 6 Golf, contact Brussels Control 125.0.
Center on 125.0, Ryanair 6 Golf.
EV51 X-ray Zulu, descends to 4,400 feet, QNH1022.
Descend to 4,400 feet, QNH1022, EV51 X-ray Zulu.
Airfront 6735 Heavy, contact Paris Control 119.825.
Contact Paris Control 11.825, Air France 6735 Heavy. Have a good afternoon. London Control, Lufthansa 5 November X3, descending via Hamel 1 Bravo, flight level 363.
Lufthansa 5 November X-ray, London Control, radar contact. Easy 51 X-ray Zulu, contact London Control 118.775.
Contact London Control 118.775, Easy 51 X-ray Zulu.
Easy 43 November Charlie, contact Paris Control 119.825. Have a good afternoon.
Center on 119.825. Easy 43 November Charlie.
KLM 1065, contact Cardiff approach 125.855.
Contact Cardiff approach 125.855. KLM 1065.
KLM 166 Heavy, contact London Control 118.775. Contact London Control 118.775, KLM 166 Heavy. Canex 91 Foxtrot Romeo, radar vectors, ILS Yankee runway 14. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors, ILS Yankee runway 14, ready for descent, Canex 91 Foxtrot Romeo.
Canex 91 Foxtrot Romeo, leaves Bradford Airport landing runway 14.
Leeds Bradford Airport, landing runway 14, Canex 91 Foxtrot Romeo.
Canex 91 Foxtrot Romeo, descends to flight level 210.
Descent to flight level 210, Canex 91 Foxtrot Romeo.
Ryanair 9736, contact Bristol approach 136.08.
Contact Bristol approach 136.08, Ryanair 9736.
Speedbird 7 Papa, contact Heathrow Director approach 134.98.
Contact Heathrow Director, approach 134.98. Speedbird 7 Papa.
Easy 3039, turn right, heading 315.
Turn right, heading 315, Easy 3039.
Easy 2943, contact Paris Control 126.475. Have a good afternoon.
Center on 126.475, Easy 2943, bye-bye. London Control, Easy 2982, flight level 349er.
Ryanair 1 Uniform November, contact Stansted approach 136.2. Contact Stansted approach 136.2, Ryanair 1 Uniform November. Easy 2982, London Control, identified. Canex 91 Foxtrot Romeo, contact London Control
Contact London Control 118.775. Channel 91 Foxtrot Romeo.
Just going to crank those two back. And look at that for visuals. Isn't that beautiful? So we're up through 25,000 feet. So let's go back to cinematics. God, look at that. Beautiful. I love these views.
Iberia 31 Hotel Hotel Heavy. Contact Heathrow Director. Approach 134.98.
Contact Heathrow Director approach 134.98. Iberia 31 Hotel Hotel Heavy.
Ryanair 30 Mike Mike. Contact Breast Control 120.15.
Center on 120.15. Ryanair 30 Mike Mike. Have a good afternoon.
Speedbird 33 Charlie Echo. London Control. Expect Aliso 1 Hotel. Runway 09 left.
Expect Aliso 1 Hotel. Runway 09 left. Speedbird 33 Charlie Echo.
Speedbird 33 Charlie Echo. Contact Heathrow Director. Approach 134.98.
Contact Heathrow Director approach 134.98. Speedbird 33 Charlie Echo.
KLM 1522. Fly present heading. Climb to flight level 170. Expect further clearance in about 16 miles.
Fly present heading. Climb to flight level 170. KLM 1522.
Ryanair 2 Romeo Whiskey. Contact Stansted approach 136.2.
Contact Stansted approach 136.2. Ryanair 2 Romeo Whiskey.
Ryanair 76 Foxtrot Alpha. Contact Luton approach 132.05.
Contact Luton approach 132.05. Ryanair 76 Foxtrot Alpha.
Speedbird 717 Tango. Contact Heathrow Director approach 134.98.
Contact Heathrow Director. Approach 134.98. Speedbird 717 Tango.
Chanex 93 November Kilo. Contact Breast Control 120.15.
Contact Breast Control 120.15. Chanex 93 November Kilo. Have a good afternoon. London Control, Easy 38 Foxtrot Lima, descending via Coon of 1 Golf, flight level 131.
Easy 38 Foxtrot Lima. London Control identified. Easy 38 Foxtrot Lima descends to
1000 feet. QNH 1022, Easy 38 Foxtrot Lima.
Ryanair 9 Whiskey Tango. Contact London Control 118.775. Bye-bye.
Center on 118.775, Ryanair 9 Whiskey Tango.
KLM 1522. Cleared direct navigation. Resume own navigation.
Roger, heading direct navigation and resume on navigation KLM 1522, thanks.
Easy 76 Alpha Mike. Contact Luton approach 132.05. Contact Luton approach 132.05. Easy 76 Alpha Mike. Easy 38 Foxtrot Lima. Contact Gatwick Director 126.825.
Contact Gatwick Director 126.825, Easy 38 Foxtrot Lima.
Turkish 1 Juliet Zulu. Contact Amsterdam Radar 119.175.
Center 10 Miner Decimal 170, Turkish 1 Juliet Zulu, have a good afternoon.
London Control, Griffin 44 Echo, flight level 230.
Speedbird 731 Whiskey. Contact Heathrow Director approach 134.98.
Contact Heathrow Director, approach 13 for decimal 98, Speedbird 731 Whiskey.
Griffin 44 Echo. London Control. Identified. Player 50 Golf. Contact London Control 118.775.
Contact til London Control 118.775, player 50 Golf.
London Control. German Eagle 63 Yankee. Flight level 240. German Eagle 63 Yankee. London Control. Radar contact. Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha. Contact Brest Control 120.15. Center on 120.15. Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha. German Eagle 63 Yankee. Number 2.
There we go.
Runway 20. Report ready for descent.
I actually had my key bindings a little bit duplicated, so I was messing around with the camera system, and then that's what tripped off the autopilot. So
German Eagle 63 Yankee. Descend to flight level 160. Descend to flight level 160. German Eagle 63 Yankee. Easy 32 Foxtrot Victor. Contact Paris Control 119.825. Bye-bye.
Center on 119.825, Easy 32 Foxtrot Victor.
Dana Air 1008. You're off course. Cleared direct Aplin. Resume own navigation.
Wilco. Clear direct Atlan. Resume own navigation. Dana Air 1008.
KLM 643 Heavy. Contact London Control 118.775. 18.775, KLM 643 Heavy.
There you go.
Ryanair 50 Whiskey Echo, Coxie 5 Alpha, runway 06. Report ready for descent.
Yeah, so because we were off course,
5 Alpha, runway 06, ready for descent.
we got a
Whiskey
reconnect
Echo.
or a redirect.
Ryanair 50 Whiskey Echo, descend to flight level 140.
Descend to flight level 140, Ryanair 50 Whiskey Echo.
Griffin 44 Echo, London Control, expect Redfi 1 Alpha, runway 36 center.
Expect Redfi 1 Alpha, runway 36 center, Griffin for 4 Echo.
Shamrock 68 Romeo, contact London Control 118.775.
Center on 118.775, Shamrock 68 Romeo. London Control, FedEx 5393 Heavy, flight level 291.
FedEx 5393 Heavy, London Control, identified. Continue climb to flight level 320.
Continue climb to flight level 320, FedEx 5393 Heavy.
Easy 15 Alpha Papa, contact London Control 118.775. Have a good afternoon. Center on 118.775, Easy 15 Alpha Papa.
London Control, Ryanair 992 Golf, flight level 361.
Ryanair 992 Golf, London Control, identified. Continue climb to flight level 375.
Continue climb to flight level 375, Ryanair 992 Golf.
Ryanair 992 Golf, London Control, expect elbows 1 mic, runway 23 right.
Expect elbows 1 mic, runway 23 right, Ryanair 992 Golf.
KLM 1522, London Control, expect Lanso 2 Alpha, runway 36 center.
Expect Lamso to Alpha, runway 36 center, KLM 1522.
Dana Air 1008, contact breast control 120.15.
Center on 120.15, Dana Air 1008. Bye-bye.
Ooh, look at that flyby.
Breast control, Dana Air 1008, flight level 300.
Dana Air 1008, Brest control, radar contact.
Radar contact.
kilo pupper. Flight level 338.
Easy 4 6 kilo papa. Brest contrôle. Identifié. Continue climb to flight level 370.
Continue climb to flight level 370. Easy for 6 kilo pupper.
Okay, so we're going to go direct from Conba to Tenerife VOR. So we're going to skip out Brick and Gurkha. We're going to, that's the radial inbound there. The approach, though, we are going to have to do that based off the winds. Let's have a look what the winds are doing. Okay, so the winds favor runway 30. We do have an ILS for runway 30, so it's going to be, we're going to go inbound to Tenerife, and then from Tenerife we'll probably go outbound 115, like it shows on this approach chart, and then we're going to turn right onto a heading of 205 and then inbound on the ILS. But we're probably going to come a bit further out to DME of what is X-ray Oscar 725. Bunnip or Bunnix. Bunnix was supposed to be 5,000 feet, and then from Bunnix descend to distance 6.9 nautical miles, should be a shelf of 4,300 feet, and then the ILS officially begins from 6.9 nautical miles. I'm not sure that that's the way that looks, but we'll monitor this. This, of course, is the huge, the terrain to the north and the terrain to the south is something we need to be very, very much aware of. So we need to approach and overfly Tenerife. What is the VOR's altitude? Let me have a look. What is that VOR altitude? Is 3,300 feet. 3,346 feet in elevation. So we can't, we really need to be 10,000 feet. I'd rather not be any lower than 10,000 feet over Tenerife there. And then we can continue our descent on the downwind, the right-hand downwind leg, effectively, and then turn onto the ILS approach. So that's going to be, I'm going to minimize that and come back to that. That's going to be our approach plan. Ooh, what a view! Look at that.
140.
Descend to flight level 140, easy 41 Delta Alpha.
There you go, I fixed the ETA up at the top of the screen.
Easy 41 Delta Alpha. Contact London Control 118 decimal 475.
Center on 118 decimal for 75, easy 41 Delta Alpha.
Aeromexico 00 CAV. Contact Brest Control 124 decimal 725.
Contact Brest Control 124 decimal 725, Aeromexico 006 Heavy. Bye bye.
That ETA doesn't make sense.
Chanex 93 November Kilo. Contact Brest Control 124 decimal 725.
Contact Brest Control 12 for decimal 725, Chanex 93 November Kilo. Brest Control, FedEx 5393 Heavy. Good afternoon. Flight level 291.
FedEx 5393 Heavy. Brest Control. Identifié. Dana R1008. Contact Brest Control 124 decimal 725.
Contact Brest Control 12 for decimal 725, Dana Air 1008. Brest Control, Dana Air 1008, flight level 300.
Dana Air 1008, Brest Control, identified.
Oh, there we go.
Brest Control, Ryanair 30 Mike Mike. Good afternoon. Flight level 370.
Ryanair 30 Mike Mike, Brest Control, radar contact. Brest Control, Easy 41 Mike Foxtrot. Good afternoon, flight level 370. Easy 41 Mike Foxtrot, Brest Control, radar contact.
Okay, so the fly live counter at the top seems to be working okay now. We've got an accurate ETA, call sign, aircraft type, altitude, ground speed, heading, and VS. And the VS seems to be refreshing very smoothly.
Contact London Control 118.475. Bye-bye.
And this cinematic camera view is really beautiful.
Center on 118.475. Iber Express 37 Sierra Golf. Have a good afternoon.
There we go. Looking good. So we've got a few hours in cruise now. Let me see. We've got about 3 hours before we arrive at Tenerife. It'll probably be evening time by the time we get there. Why is Volanta not tracking? Let's just recycle that. Okay, folks, just during this time in the cruise, I'm just going to turn the camera off. And if any of you want to chat, please do in the chat. But for the cruise, it's going to be a pretty chill time down across Spain, Portugal, down to Tenerife. So we will come back to the live stream in roughly 2 hours to check in. And I will see you in roughly 2 hours, an hour before, yeah, roughly an hour before touchdown. So I will just there we go. Okay, folks, I'm just going to be AFK for the cruise, and I will see you guys later. So have a good dinner. I'm gonna go and grab something to eat.
afternoon. Flight level 400.
Hop 57 Echo Papa. Breath control. Radar contact. Ryanair 9 Bravo uniform. Contact breast control 123.75.
Center on 123.75, Ryanair 9 Bravo uniform.
Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha. Contact breast control 127.2.
Contact breast control 127.2. Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha. Have a good afternoon.
Ryanair 30 Mike Mike. Contact breast control 123.75.
Contact breast control 123.75, Ryanair 30 Mike Mike. Brest contrôle, Air Frankfurt 22 Heavy, flight level 580.
Air France 422 Heavy. Breast control identified. X93 November Kilo. Contact breast control 127.2.
Contact breast control 127.2, Channix 93 November Kilo.
275.
Center on 118.275, Dana Air 1008. Bye-bye. Madrid Center, Dana Air 1008. Good afternoon. Flight level 300.
Dana Air 1008, Madrid Center, radar contact. Winning Mine 38 Tango, Madrid Center, expect Domingo 1 Lema, runway 30.
Expect Domingo 1 Lema, runway 30, Vueling Mine 38 Tango.
Chanex 34 Whiskey, contact Brest Control 127.2 Ave a good afternoon.
Contact Brest Control 127.2, Chanex 34 Whiskey. Have a good afternoon.
Vueling Mine 38 Tango, descend to flight level 170.
Descend to flight level 170, Vueling Mine 38 Tango.
Wizz Air 38 Lema X-Ray, contact Bordeaux Control 120.3.
Contact Bordeaux Control 120.3, Wizz Air 38 Lima X-Ray.
Santrip 11 Charlie, contact Lisbon Center 119.55. Center on 119.55, Santrip 11 Charlie. decimal 75.
Contact Brest Control 1 to 3 decimal 75, Airhop 1729.
Vueling 4 Tango X-Ray, Madrid Center, expect Lobar 1 Langua 06 left.
Expect Lobar 1 Rango 06 left, Vueling 4 Tango X-Ray.
Madrid Center, Ryanair 19 Whiskey Popper. Good evening. Flight level 360. Ryanair 19 Whiskey Papa, Madrid Center, radar contact.
Madrid Center, Ryanair 468, descending via the VATSIM, flight level 219er.
Ryanair 468, Madrid Center, identified. Vueling 4 Tango X-Ray, Lobar 1 Langua 06 left. Report ready for descent.
Lobar 1 Rango 06 left, ready for descent, Vueling 4 Tango X-Ray.
Vueling 4 Tango X-Ray, descend to flight level 250.
Descent to flight level 250, Vueling 4 Tango X-Ray.
Is VATSIM INS 7 Golf Quebec. Contact Brest Control 123.75. Have a good evening.
Center on 123.75, Easy 97 Golf Quebec.
Madrid Center, Chanix 39 Zulu Uniform, flight level 360.
Chanix 3 Zulu Uniform, Madrid Center, identified. Jet Team 23 Charlie, contact Brest Control 123.75. Have a good evening.
Center on 123.75, get time to Charlie. Have a good evening.
Madrid Center, KLM11 Sierra, good evening, flight level 330.
KLM11 Sierra, Madrid Center, identified. Alpine 1 Delta Romeo, contact Bordeaux Control 120.3. Have a good evening.
Contact Bordeaux Control 120.3, Alpine 91 Delta Romeo.
Air France 54 November Romeo, contact Brest Control 123.75.
Center on 123.75, Air France 54 November Romeo. Have a good evening.
Ryanair 740 Nike, contact Bordeaux Control 120.3. Bye bye.
Center on 120.3, Ryanair 7 for 0 Mike.
Madrid Center, Chanix 21 Yankee, flight level 350.
Chanix 21 Yankee, Madrid Center, identified. Express 3734, contact Bordeaux Control 120.3.
Center on 120.3, Iber Express 3734.
Madrid Center, Eurowind 63 Kilo, flight level 340.
Eurowind 63 Kilo, Madrid Center, radar contact. Winning 6 Lima Hotel, contact Brest Control 123.75. Contact Brest Control 123.75, Winning 6 Lima Hotel.
Madrid Center, Evelop 1132, good evening, flight level 203.
Dana Air 1008, Jurre of course. Clear direct Vexal. Resume on navigation.
Wilco. Clear direct Vexel, resume own navigation, Dana Air 1008.
Evelop 1132, Madrid Center, good evening, identified, continue climb to flight level 340.
Continue climb to flight level 340, Evelop 1132.
Relax 302, contact breast control 123.75.
Contact breast control 123.75, relax 302.
Evelop 1132, Forno 1 Foxtrot, runway 35. Report ready for descent.
Forno 1 Foxtrot, runway 35, ready for descent, Evelop 1132.
Evelop 1132, descend to flight level 180.
Descend to flight level 180, Evelop 1132.
Evelop 1132, contact Santiago approach 120.2.
Contact Santiago approach 120.2, Evelop 1132.
Ryanair 468 QNH 1026, expect the ILS Zulu runway 29 with the seat transition.
QNH 1026, expect the ILS Zulu runway 29 with the LASA transition, Ryanair 468.
Condormine Charlie Alpha Heavy, contact breast control 123.75.
Center on 123.75, Condor 9 Charlie Alpha Heavy.
Ryanair 468, descend to 5,000 feet, QNH 1026.
Descend to 5,000 feet, QNH 1026, Ryanair 468.
Ryanair 468, clear direct la seat, cross la seat at or above 5,000 feet. Clear the LS Zulu runway 29.
Clear direct Lazet, cross Lazet at or above 5,000 feet, cleared ILS Zulu runway 29 on Ryanair 468.
Suntrip 2505, contact breast control 123.75.
Center on 123.75, Suntrip 2505. Madrid Center, Spinnaker for 5 Mike, flight level 360.
Spinnaker 45 Mike, Madrid Center, radar contact. Ryanair 878 Bravo, contact breast control 123.75.
Contact breast control 123.75, Ryanair 878 Bravo.
Dana Air 1008, contact Lisbon Center 119.55.
Center on 119.55 Dana Air 1008. Lisbon Center, Dana Air 1008. Good afternoon. Flight level 300.
Dana Air 1008, Lisbon Center, event feed.
Lisbon Center, Portugalia 1095. Descending via pool 1 Alpha. Flight level 250.
Portugalia 1095, Lisbon Center, event feed. France to Wales 7695, contact Madrid Center 11, I decimal 275.
Center on 118.275. France, sorry, 7695. Bye-bye.
Lisbon Center, Sun Trip 514 Romeo, flight level 360.
Centric 51 for Romeo, Lisbon Center, event feed. Ryanair 90 Uniform Golf, contact Madrid Center 11, I decimal 275.
Center on 118.275. Ryanair 90 Uniform Golf. Have a good afternoon.
Lisbon Center, Air Portugal 1933. Flight level 230.
Air Portugal 1933, Lisbon Center, event feed.
Lisbon Center, Alpine 39 Bravo Echo, flight level 340.
Alpine 39 Bravo Air, Lisbon Center, event feed.
18.275, Alpine 39 Bravo Echo.
Air Portugal 536, contact Madrid Center 11, A decimal 275. Center on 11, A decimal 275, Air Portugal 536. Portugalia 1095, dash into flight level 070.
Descent to flight level 070, Portugalia 1095.
Lisbon Center, Air Baltic for Papa EO, fleet level 360.
Air Baltic for Papa Air, Lisbon Center, radar contact. Jet 6 Golf Juliet, contact Madrid Center 11, A decimal 275.
Contact Madrid Center 118.275, Tom Jet 6 Golf Juliet. Have a good afternoon.
Alpine 1 to Golf Whiskey, contact Madrid Center 11, A decimal 275.
Center on 118 decimal 275, Alpine 12 Golf Whiskey.
Air Portugal 1933, dash into flight level 080.
Dash into flight level 080, Air Portugal 1933.
Lisbon Center, Alpine 78 Foxtrot November, flight level 350. Alpine 90 Lima Romeo, contact Lisbon Aproac 125 decimal 13.
Contact Lisbon Apoach 125 decimal 13, Alpine 90 Lima Romeo.
Alpine 78 Foxtrot November, Lisbon Center, radar contact. Alpha, runway 02. Report ready for descent. Inver 1 Alpha, runway 02, ready for descent. Alpine 78 Foxtrot, November. Alpine 78 Foxtrot, November, descent to flight level 250. Descent to flight level 250, Alpine 78 Foxtrot, November.
Lisbon Center, Vueling 7 Hotel Alpha, flight level 102.
Vueling 7 Hotel Alpha, Lisbon Center, identified, continue clean to flight level 350.
Continue climb to flight level 350, Vueling 7 Hotel Alpha.
level 080, Alpine 78 Foxtrot, November.
Alpine A3 Vitor X-Ray, Lisbon Center, radar contact. Chanex 75 Charlie X-Ray, contact Madrid Center 11 A decimal 275, have a good afternoon.
Center on 118.275, Janex 75 Charlie X-ray.
Lisbon Center, Alpine A0 November Mike, good afternoon, flight level 340. Alpine A0 November Mike, Lisbon Center, radar contact. Portugalia 1095, contact Lisbon Aproac 125 decimal 13.
Contact Lisbon Aproac 125.13, Portugalia 1095.
Lisbon Center, Portugalia 56 for Charlie, good afternoon, flight level 340.
Portugalia 56 for Charlie, Lisbon Center, radar contact. Chanex 16 Sierra, contact Madrid Center 11 A decimal 275, bye bye.
Center on 118.275, Chanex 16 Echo Sierra.
Lisbon Center, Iberia 2627 Heavy, flight level 148.
Center, radar contact. Alpine 0 November Mike, contact Madrid Center 11, I decimal 275, have good afternoon.
Center on 118 decimal 275. Alpine A0 November Mike.
Lisbon Center, Air Portugal 438 Tango. Good afternoon, flight level 380. Air Portugal 438 Tango, Lisbon Center, radar contact. Portugalia 564 Charlie, contact Madrid Center 11, I decimal 275, have good afternoon.
Contact Madrid Center 118 decimal 275, Portugalia 564 Charlie. Lisbon Center, Europa 76 Tango Mike, good afternoon. Descending via Pulo 1 Alpha, flight level 251.
Europa 76 Tango Mike, Lisbon Center, radar contact.
Pushback 125.13, Air Portugal 1933.
7619, flight level 380. Alpine 7619, Lisbon Center, radar contact.
Lisbon Center, Air Portugal 37 Hotel Golf, flight level 370.
Air Portugal 37 Hotel Golf, Lisbon Center, identified. 125.13, Alpine 78 Foxtrot November. Air Portugal 37 Hotel Golf, Lisbon Center, expect VATSIM Alpha, runway 02.
Expect VATSIM Alpha, runway 02, Air Portugal 37 Hotel Golf.
Europa 76 Tango Mike, contact Lisbon Approach 125.13.
Contact Lisbon approach 125.13, Europa 76 Tango Mike.
Dana Air 1008, contact Maghreb Casablanca Radar 125.1.
Contact Maghreb Casablanca Radar 125.1, Dana Air 1008. Bye-bye. Maghreb Casablanca Radar, Dana Air 1008, flight level 300. Dana Air 1008, Maghreb Casablanca Radar, identified.
Hello. I'm back. And I've not had dinner yet, actually. Right, sorry about that. Okay, one of the things we're going to do, folks, is we are going to do a position update. Because, as you can see, my position has gone up to 9-4. And what we're going to do is we're going to use this VOR off to one side, which is going to give us a position update before we arrive into Tenerife. So, the VOR is this one here, the Funchal VOR, which I've used before. So we are going to pull up the FSS 727 manual to help us. This is the online documentation, and they have steps to run through that help you do a position update. So I'm just going to scroll down to how to use the INS, and where am I going here? Right, let's just have a look. Is this it? Is this it? Description. No. I can't find the bit that... Okay, hang on. FSS 727 SIVA INS update, position update. I think... Yes, here we go. Okay. Okay, so let's do a position update. Right, set data to waypoint. Set waypoint DME selected to the number to be loaded, which is number 1, that's fine. Simultaneously press 7 and 9, like so. Input DME station lat and long as described. Okay, so let's go grab the lat and long of the DME station, which is there. More, grab that lat and long, pop it in the text chat. That is going to go in here. Input DME. Okay, so that's going to be north 32 44.6. West is going to be 16 42.5. 0.0. Insert. Okay, so that being done, now we press the waypoint change key. Waypoint change key. Press the number, which is number 1, and insert. Simultaneously press 3 and 9, like so. Press key 2 or 8 to indicate load is altitude. And what's the altitude of the VOR is... The altitude of the VOR is going to be 500 feet, so let's round that up to 0. Insert. There we go. Press insert. Right, press key 4 or 6. Let's press 4 or 6. Now the frequency of the VOR is... Frequency is 112.2. As 112.20. Like so. And once we press insert, we could go back to 9.4. And in 9.4, we'll start to see if... We'll start to see at a certain point if it begins to pick up that frequency and update. What we could do is put 12.2 in the box. Let's put 12.2 in the box so that we can see the VOR when it goes active on our ADF HSI, and that's how then we can begin to watch out for the numbers going down on the FMS to become to update its position. So.
Below to 35 Quebec Gold. Contact Lisbon Center 119.55.
Contact Lisbon Center 119.55, Volotea 35 Quebec Golf.
So, good evening, Alyssa Noel. Good to see you. I'm doing well, thanks. I'm a bit hungry because my Deliveroo dinner has just literally failed to arrive. Yeah, totally failed to turn up. So I think maybe the Deliveroo or the restaurant is probably completely snowed under. It's ridiculous. It's like 2 hours now. So I'm hungry, and I hope it does come at some point. Where is my order? Finding another rider. I think this is the 4th rider now. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to leave the restaurant a really bad review. Although, to be fair, if a restaurant gets totally snowed under with orders, then it should just... Like, why does it advertise that it can still take orders when it clearly can't take orders? Yeah. Anyway. Right, so we're coming close to the edge of the VOR's frequency range. So in a few moments, I'm going to watch for that, and I believe when it flashes, I know that it's within range. So let me just read this here. Yeah, simultaneously press 7 and 9. From to display will show the flashing active DME station index. 0 if no station is selected or station is too far away. Okay, so if I press 7 and 9, if I go to waypoint and then press 7 and 9, yeah. See, this is my VOR, and it should be showing 0 if no station is selected or selected station is too far away. So with a solid 0, the station is too far away. And when it's flashing active, the from to should show the flashing active DME station, which will be number 1 because we're on number 1. So it should show a flashing number 1 as it begins to update. That is what I'm... Right, we've just passed... There we go. There we go. We've just passed over into the VOR range. So we now have an active radial inbound to that VOR, and it's counting down from 200 nautical miles. There you go. There you go. It's not flashing, but at least it's a 1 now. So that means that I'm taking that as a sign. Yep, now it's at 8.4. So now it's at 8.4. So it's... Ah. You see that? You see that that change there? How the aircraft banked left and then began banking right slightly? That is the INS updating its position and realizing that it's off track and then bringing itself back onto track. So you can kind of see here, whereas before we were about 0.2 nautical miles off track, which is very little actually, to be honest, in the grand scheme of things. It actually came back onto track. It came over the other side, and now we're on the other side of the track, actually. So, that's interesting. Anyway. Yeah, we'll just leave the aircraft to do what the aircraft wants to do. And, we can begin to see the weather hasn't changed at the destination of Tenerife since we looked last. We probably will be landing in the dark, which is going to be an added bonus to the proceedings. That's going to be a great view for when. That's going to be a great view for when we get the gear coming down. Yeah, so we're on 8.4. I would expect that to come down to 7.4 and maybe 6.4 before we pass that VOR. But we now can start thinking about descent planning. So we are currently 30,000 feet. Target is 5,000 feet actually. Right, there we go. So requested distance is 79.5 nautical miles, and the requested VS is negative 1,600. I'm not going to hit manage descent because I want to manage it myself. So there we go. Flight log. Time since takeoff, 2 hours and 40. Total fuel burned in pounds. Right tank, center tank, left tank. Interesting. So that gives you some nice metrics there. How does she fly? Sadly, no Delta livery yet. Yeah, she flies beautiful, beautiful. I really enjoy the 727. It's probably one of my favorite aircraft. I've been saying that there's going to be a trinity of airliners that are going to be my holy grail of airliners, and it will probably be the only airliners I fly regularly. There'll be the 727 with the SIVA INS for short to mid-range INS operations. There will be the A300B4 from Just Flight with its dual INS configuration. That will be for mid to long flights. And then the PMDG 747-100 with its triple INS, which is going to be for long to ultra long haul SIVA INS operations. So essentially, fairly soon, well, within a year or two, we're going to have 3 airliners in the sim that cover everything from short hops to ultra long hops, all using non-GPS navigation, which fits me to a T, which is just going to, you know, I will have arrived. After that point, the only other airliners that I'll ever be interested in are things like the Connie, the DC-6, and the Stratocruiser. Those sorts of earlier airliners, the DC-4, you know, the VC-10. Obviously, the VC-10 is another SIVA INS airliner, but maybe the Hawker Siddeley Trident, if that ever arrives anywhere. So, or the BAC 111, you know, those sorts of things. So we are going inbound Conba, and do we have a distance? Yeah. So 22 nautical miles. Oh no, that's to the next waypoint. The next waypoint is actually Ostiv, which is as it says about 21 nautical miles away, and then from there it's on to Conba, which is the last. We're still at 8-4. I can't remember what the 1 stands for off the top of my head, but we'll see what that means. In the desired track / system, I should know what that means actually, and let me pull up that document. Nope, not there. It's in there. It's aviation documents. SIVA INS manual. This is the SIVA INS manual from General Electric. This is the real beans here. So right, so the clear key, data selector continued, waypoint change key, hold key, warning lamp, test switch, auto man switch, bat lamp, dim knob. I think it's further up actually. Yeah, I think I went too far. Here we go. Pause, waypoint change, distance, time, wind. Here we go. Right, desired track / status. The right-hand data display indicates the time status. The second and third digits light only when the malfunction occurs. Okay. The first digit, which is always present, indicates whether the INS is in nav 1. Or if it is in either a line or standby, 0. This digit is a true indication of the INS operating mode. Okay, so basically that number there, that number 1, means that we're in nav mode. That's all that means. If it was in 0, it would mean we were in a line mode. But actually, it's saying there is that we're in nav mode. Which is fine. I mean, that's true. So now we're at 134 nautical miles inbound to Conba. Should be almost 17 and a half minutes to arrive at Conba, which is really useful information. I just love this little unit. I love this navigation unit. The more I learn about it, the more I think it's just the way we should fly. People should fly this way. People should learn it, and that's all I have to say. So, I did do a little bit of planning on the arrival. What we're going to do, if I bring up, there it is. So we're going to go inbound to Tenerife North, which is 117.7. So we're going to go direct to this waypoint from Conba. We're going to pass over Tenerife North roughly, well, it says flight level 70. No lower than 70. That's going to be our band. I did say 10,000, but I guess no lower than 70 is fine. This Deliveroo order is just an absolute joke at this point. Absolute joke. Over 2 hours late now, and it still hasn't even left the restaurant. Anyway, I'm gonna enjoy it when it arrives. So we're gonna get to Tenerife North, no lower than flight level 70, and then from there we will turn outbound on a outbound radial of 115. We will fly to what's the distance? That's 11.2 nautical miles outbound. At 11.2 nautical miles outbound, I will begin a turn inbound, and then we'll vector on to the ILS. I had an Armstrong Whitworth AW660 Argosy cargo at Evergreen Air. What even is that, Elsinore? I mean, that's just words. That's just... cargo at Evergreen Air. I'm sorry, please explain. I am intrigued. Wikipedia. A Wikipedia link. That absolute monstrosity. That is indeed a monstrosity, sir. When you said you had one, does that mean for a flight simulator? For FSX. Okay. Alright. Cool. Let's just check the INS. No, we're still on 8-4. I do wonder if it should actually be a little bit faster in its alignment, but maybe not. Maybe it shouldn't. I don't know. Oh, sorry, hang on. Let me just pause the... Okay. There might, I mean, I can't imagine that the delivery will arrive in between now and by the time we land, but if it does, I might have to just jump away quickly to the door. So nice. Right, so the target of 5,000 feet, which is the end of the ILS, is 78.5 nautical miles, and Volanta says we've got 278 nautical miles left to run. So we've still got quite a ways before we begin the top of descent, which is fine. Just go back and grab this mode, which I quite like. BEA used them. There is one at Midland Air Museum in Warwickshire on static display. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, dear. Everyone's away somewhere else this evening watching 777-200ER live streams. I don't get the appeal, I have to be honest. It's just another 777. We got the 777-300ER, which is an amazing aircraft, and it's great for what it is. I mean, I might get the 200ER if it's the variant that is significantly cheaper, I don't know, for the Rolls-Royce engines and for the British Airways ops, but I'm not massively interested. I might actually just save my money for the 747-100, because that's the one I know I really want. And to be fair, once I have that, there's no way I'll be flying the 777s anymore, really. So probably no point in me bothering about it. I'm looking forward to the DC-6 coming to 2024. I'll definitely be flying that a significant amount. In 2024. The lighting, particularly night lighting and early morning lighting, just the ambient lighting in general is significantly better than 2020. I have noticed that, because when I come back to 2020, it's not quite the same. I can tell it's not the same. So beautiful sunset. What time are we now? It's still on 8:04. Still on 8:04, which surprises me. It does take its time, doesn't it? To now let's start thinking about lighting in here. Red dome. That'll do. I like that. Yeah, that's nice. I like the red dome. So we are 214 nautical miles from Conba, and with an INS that is getting more accurate. So my delivery order I placed at, get this, 5:57 p.m. Okay, 5:57 p.m. So let's just say call it 6 p.m., right? The updated arrival time is 8:50 to 9:20 p.m. Like, what? That's just incredible. It's just incredible.
Dana Air 1008, Nitro Casablanca Radar. Expect radar vectors. I'll see Yankee.
Radar vectors. Radar vectors.
Expect radar vectors. ILS Yankee runway 30. Dana Air 1008.
Yeah, okay. That's the one thing with Beyond ATC. It doesn't really do vintage airline codes that are no longer. Yeah, no excuse. It's just no excuse. The thing is you could argue the restaurant is, let's just say the restaurant is overloaded, right? Then the answer is, the restaurant needs to throttle its orders. The restaurant needs a way in order to throttle its orders so that it can serve the customers that it has in a timely fashion before taking on more orders. Surely that's sensible. That's the only way in order to serve as many people as you want efficiently and in a timely manner and to give everyone good service. Or else if you get just snowed under with orders and you keep taking more orders, then you'll just never fulfill them. And at some point people need to clock off and go home. So I'm sat here at, almost 3 hours after ordering, and it's not even left the restaurant yet. I mean, I've never had it this bad. There was one time when it was like an hour late, but like pushing past 2 hours late now.
Dana Air 1008, radar vectors. I'll see Yankee runway 30. Report ready for descent.
I don't know that I really want to begin descending now. Oh, well, actually...
Dana Air 1008, radar vectors. I'll see Yankee runway 30. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors, ILS Yankee, runway 30. We will report when ready for descent. Dan Air 1008.
Dana Air 1008, Los Rados Airport, landing runway 30.
Landing runway 30, QNH 1020, Dan Air 1008. 7-4. The INS is getting gradually more accurate.
1008, descend to flight level 250.
Descend to flight level 250, Dan Air 1008. Okay, so the descent has begun. There is 250 set, and let's recycle the alt cell, and let's begin let's begin tipping over. And because we're still on the auto throttle is going to pull the power back for us as we begin to descend. Let's bring the flight director off altitude hold, and let's start on the way down. And the auto throttle is going to hold our speed. Actually, we could come down in speed ever so slightly just to begin that downward trend. Let's also check what the landing elevation is as well. What is the landing elevation here? It's something of some significance. It is 2,045 feet. So essentially, it's 2,200. One, two, three, four, five. So that's 2,000. It's about there. That's the decision height. It's pretty high for a radar altimeter. But right, so let's continue. Let's move that down a bit further. Okay. Turn left heading 195, down air 1008.
Down air 1008, turn left, heading 195, descend to flight level 120.
Okay. Over to heading select, and let's go down to turn left heading 195 and descend to flight level 120, down air 1008. Let's just continue that down to 120, set, and let's...
Down air 1008, contact Tenerife Center 119.3, bye-bye.
Contact Canary Center 119.3. Bye-bye. Canary Center, good evening. Dan Air 1008 is with you, passing through flight level 250 for flight level 120.
Dan Air 1008, Canary Center, radar contact.
Cool. Okay, so I was thinking in my mind to go inbound the Tenerife VOR, but if I'm sorry, I'm just really hungry. Yes, I would like an update on my order. Thank you. Let's see if I can actually cancel the order. Anyway, so... coming down through flight level 220. Yep, so all is quiet at the moment. I think we're gonna have a good approach. And the one thing that Beyond ATC is good at really is vectoring. If you are flying an aircraft that does not have a GPS and you cannot fly a SID or a star, if you just don't put a SID and a star on your flight plan in SimBrief, when Beyond ATC looks at that, it says, oh, that's fine, I'll just give you vectors. Which is great, because, you know, it means that you can plot your SIVA INS waypoints, and then beyond that, Beyond ATC just gives you vectored headings into your approach. Yeah, I finally got the order cancelled. Ooh! On top of the cancellation, I will add £15 credit as a token apology. Thank you. Right, let's just have a look at my life, because I am super hungry now. Right, so I've got £15 credit on my Deliveroo account. I'm going to order something for me to eat because I am hungry. $15,000 feet and descending. Right. Let's see. $1,000 to go. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. There we go. Go to checkout. Yep. There we go. Right, so we are back down. We're now at flight level 120. We've leveled out, and we're on auto throttle. Okay, cool. Right. Oh, food. I am hungry. So. McDonald's is already prepping my order. It's just so much faster. Ah. Right. Ooh. That's a nice silhouette. Look at the red lights in the cockpit. Right. So, it'll probably give me further descent fairly soon. What I'm going to do now is start to get ready for the ILS. Even at this stage, the ILS frequency is 110.3. So let's go 110.3, and the localizer heading is 295. So that is set, and we're essentially just heading hold, altitude hold, along with auto throttle hold. No problems at all. Barreling along at a ground speed of 341 knots. And we are still within the range of that VOR that should be helping us to align, but we've only gone from 9.4 to 7.4, which I can't imagine is a horrendously great level of accuracy change, but I guess if you string those VORs all the way along your route, they will all collectively keep you accurate. I think the idea would have been in those days would be to select, let's say, 3 or 4 different VORs all the way along your route, so that as soon as you take off and get into your cruise, your SIVA INS is continually adjusting and making itself more accurate. As it becomes less accurate as you go, it's counteracted by those VORs giving you an updated position. So essentially, you would have, say, 4 or 5 different VORs. I've got to do that one day and actually test that hypothesis and see if by the end of like a 4-hour cruise, if I'm still down at like 1.4 or 2.4 in terms of accuracy. That would be an interesting thing. Of course, for long-range cruising with a dual INS setup with the A300B4 or with the triple INS setup with the PMDG 741, that's definitely going to be, position updates is definitely a mandatory thing. McDonald's is preparing your order. Where is my order? It's finding a rider. Yeah, I mean, it got to the point where Deliveroo just said, "Screw it, we'll cancel." So I'm essentially getting a free meal off Deliveroo this evening because they cancelled my order and refunded my order, plus gave me £15 credit. So there is some sort of a star in the lining. So just double checking as right. We've gone from a VFR to a minimum VFR. The broken at 1400 and few at 900. And what was the altitude of the airport that we said? The actual altitude of the airport is 2045. So it's 2045. We're going to be... I wonder if this means 1400 above QFE. I wonder if this is 1400 above QFE and 900 above QFE, as opposed to QNH. That would be good to know. I have a sneaking suspicion it's QNH, which then means that we're actually not going through that cloud. But then if it says minimum VFR, and it's updated to minimum VFR with a 7 knot visibility range. No, sorry. Oh no, it's still plus 10 visibility. Then it could be QFE. So we know that the weather is worsening, or the visibility is worsening, at our destination as the sun goes down and the ambient temperature cools. The moisture begins to condense into cloud. Particularly, moisture that comes in off the sea hits that land, goes up and condense into cloud. And this airport, particularly this one we're flying into, is the same airport where it was, I believe, the deadliest aircraft crash in all of human history was at this airport. It was 2 747s crashing into one another on the runway. One of them taking off, and another one on the runway taxiing towards it, and they saw each other too late because it was super dense fog, and I think it's the KLM 747 pulled up, tried to get airborne and get over the top of it, but basically plowed into the top of it, and many people passed away. But
Air 1008, turn right, heading to 45.
turn right heading 245, Dan Air 1008. 245. 245? Why are you turning me all the way over here? That's... strange. Yeah, this is going to be a totally IFR in the black approach to an airport that has significant terrain on either side of it. It's going to be a fun one. I'm enjoying this, looking forward to it.
1008, turn left, heading 195.
What the? Turn left heading 195, Dan Air 1008. That was completely meaningless. 195.
Negative, turn left, heading 195.
Yes.
Turn left, heading 195, Dana Air 1008.
That achieved nothing. But here we are. Rider is on the way to restaurant. It just went from saying rider on the way to restaurant to finding another rider. Oh this is so painful. Oh. KLM misunderstood his instructions, tried to take off, and could not avoid the Pan Am crossing the runway. All because that airport was more or less the backup airport not designed for 747s because the main airport was closed. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, having 747s backtracking on an active runway, and actually, this is the big key, having one 747 backtrack along a runway while asking another 747 to line up on the other end of the runway, and then having that 747 pilot accidentally not understand whether he was given clearance to take off or not, and not double checking first and then hitting the throttles full toga. Yeah, rider on the way to restaurant. So a second rider has. Let's see. We'll I think this is like the 7th or 8th rider that's been assigned to an order of mine this evening. Allow me to take you with me on this journey.
Heading 150.
150. Turn left heading 150, Dan Air 1008. 150. There we go. $150, dudes. That's quite the turn at this level all the way out. As soon as they give me a descent,
Dan Air 1008, turn right, heading 195.
what the flip? Why? Turn right heading 195, Dan Air 1008. Why are you giving me a heading and then immediately...
Turn right, heading 195.
Screw you.
Turn right, heading 195, Dana Air 1008.
You just keep asking me to... Look at these turns. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. They've just given me this weird dog's leg for some reason. I don't quite know why. Maybe it wasn't to avoid anything. Maybe it was an airspace restriction or something? I don't know. Don't think so. I am looking forward to a nighttime approach to an airport like this, so... As soon as they give me descent below 10,000, I'm gonna bring the speed back. And, we're not quite on the approach phase yet, so we won't touch that, but we've got it up now, ready to go. Okay. Okay, they're going to give me a descent pretty soon now, I'm imagining. At this rate, I'll be eating in bed tonight. Oh well. Right, 12,000 feet. Come on, we're got to be on the downward trajectory at some point soon. So. I'm interested to see, I think from this view, no, I don't think we'll see any landing lights. But the night lighting in here looks good. I like it. Yeah, it's got to be giving me some... Oh, there's an ATR 76 inbound, what looks like inbound to Tenerife, and there's an A321, an Iberian Express A321 outbound, going climbing. Okay.
Danair 1008, contact Tenerife North approach 124.8.
Contact Tenerife North approach 124.8, Danair 1008. Was that 1 2? Yeah, it was 1 2. Tenerife North approach. Good evening, Dan Air 1008 with you. Flight level 120, heading 195. There's that traffic. Right. No, that's the end of an ILS. That's.
Danair 1008 Tenerife North approach. Good evening. QNH 1020 expect radar vectors for ILS Yankee runway 30.
QNH 1020, expect radar vectors for ILS Yankee, runway 30, Danair 1008. See if I can turn up the volumes for you guys a little bit now, because we're now getting to the point of the flight where we're not in cruise anymore.
Danair 1008, descent to 6,000 feet, QNH 1020.
Descend to 6,000 feet, Danair 1008 on QNH 1020. Alright, set local QNH, and let's get landing lights on. Let's get the seatbelt, no smoking's on. No, not really. And we need to come down.
Danair 1008, turn right, heading to 10.
Turn right, heading 210, Danair 1008. There's the ATR, off to my 11 o'clock. Turn right, heading 210. 210 set. Slow down to now we're coming down through 10,000. Let's come down through 250 and not below that speed restriction. There's the airport there, I can see, off to my right. There we are, below 250 now. And there's that aircraft. That's significantly below us, but I do see it. Let's just get rid of this so I can see what's going on. Joining a bit late, but always happy.
Air 1008, descend to 5,000 feet.
Descend to 5,000 feet, Dan Air 1008. So we're closing in on 200 knots, descending to 5,000 feet. And there, he is 2,700 feet, I can see on Plan G. But it is a little disconcerting sometimes when you see him and you don't quite know. I think he's an ATR 76 inbound on the ILS. So it looks like he's going to take us across the ILS, take us round and then down in a kind of loop.
Dan Air 1008, descend to 4,300 feet.
Descend to 4,300 feet, Dan Air 1008. $4,300 feet set.
Dan Air 1008, 3 minutes from CF30, turn right, heading to 75, maintain 4,300 feet until established. Clear INS Yankee runway 30.
3 miles from CF30, turn right heading to 275, maintain 4,300 until established. Cleared ILS Yankee 30, Dan Air 1008. That's a bit of a garbled mess. I don't quite know what he meant by CF. No, he's given me a completely incorrect approach. Why is he giving me turn right to 275? That's not going to bring me on to the establishment of the ILS at all. And 3 miles from CF30. I don't know what CF30 is. Can you give me some clarification as to the waypoint CF30 for Dan Air 1008? We need alt capture.
Tenerife North approach, Dan Air 1008, waypoint CF30 is part of your approach. No changes to your flight plan are permitted.
I don't see CF30 on my... Could you give us just a radar vector to establish the ILS, please, for Dan Air 1008? You can see...
Dan Air 1008, affirm.
We've got some... Yeah, we've got heavy turbulence off those mountains now. What is this? Okay. Screw it. What is this? He's not giving me anything. CF30. What is CF30? Could you give me a turn to bring me back onto the ILS of runway 30 for Dan Air 1008. I'm just going to turn 180. This is ridiculous.
Tenerife North approach Dana Air 1008 y cannot provide 10 instructions. Continue on your current heading for the ILS approach.
No. The current heading will not take me onto the ILS approach. My current heading was not going to take me onto the ILS approach for runway 30. That is incorrect. Dan Air 1008. See what he says to that.
Dana Air 1008, you're already on approach. Annabelle.
No, I'm not already on approach. We are turning to heading 030, Dan Air 1008.
Tenerife North approach Dana Air 1008, maintain heading 030. Continue your approach to runway 30.
Okay. Wow, interesting. Maintain heading 030 and will continue on my approach to runway 30, Dan Air 1008. Interesting. He's just... That approach made no sense whatsoever.
Dana Air 1008, you're already on approach.
Yeah, it sounds like a GPS waypoint. Yeah. Are you finding Beyond ATC a decent alternative when VATSIM controllers aren't available? I was up until this evening. This evening it's been a bit weird. For instance, the aircraft were not landing on the center line of the runway at Gatwick. They were landing on the grass next to the runway, and then this evening the approach to runway 30 here at Tenerife is completely screwed. He sent me way off into the middle of the sea, saying, "Yeah, follow the approach, fly that heading." It's like, no, that's... Yeah. Anyway, and I'm getting this kind of wobbling up and down. I'm wondering if it's something to do with... I'm wondering if it has something to do with the turbulence, but then at the same time, I think actually I've encountered this before. I think this is a bug where the aircraft is just porpoising up and down and not actually holding the altitude properly. So that's a weird one. We'll wait until it engages on the ILS and then see what happens. So yeah, you can see the ILS is close now. Actually, to be fair, the speed of the wind is gusting. It's gusting, but 23 knots. It's gusting between 15 to 23 knots. So that I will forgive it if that's what's actually happening. The rider is apparently now on his way to me. So I might have to... I mean, I think I'll probably get down on the ground before he arrives, which will be good. There's the... I'm guessing that's the guy that should have landed already. I would have been on the ground already if not for Beyond ATC's way of handling things, but it is what it is. Okay, I'm going to turn in now, and I'm going to arm the approach. Let's
Approach checks.
start the approach checks.
Nav beacon and logo light set.
Okay, beginning to introduce flaps.
Dana Air 1008. Contact Tenerife North Tower 118.7.
Over to Tower 118.7, Dana Air 1008. Tenerife North Tower, Dana Air 1008, ILS Yankee runway 30.
Dana Air 1008, Tenerife North Tower, wind 325 at 7, runway 30 clear to land.
Runway 30 clear to land, Dana Air 1008.
That's the landing flap speed. Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, my aircraft. And we're gonna go medium on the speed brakes. And why am I nosing down? Go flaps 30, and I probably completely screwed that up. Yep, completely screwed that up really badly. Or so you see how quickly that got screwed. Now this is a completely unstable approach. I'm off the glide really massively.
Landing checks complete.
Let's fly it down to the minimums at least. And once we hit okay. There we go. That's a relatively stable situation before minimums. It's a really weird profile as well because... Oh, too slow, too slow. Too slow and too low. This would be a standard go around right here.
Dana Air 1008, exit right at Echo 3.
Exit right at Echo 3, Dana Air 1008.
After landing checks. Brake pressure checked. Pressure switched to ground. Landing and strobe lights are off. Taxi lights are on. Flaps up. Spoilers down.
Okay, he's really close, so actually I'm gonna have to just throw it somewhere.
Ignition set to off. Elevator trim set to neutral. AP master.
Okay, folks, I'm just gonna have to pause it there. and go grab my food. I'll be back in a split second.
All aircraft be advised information Papa now current. QNH 1020. Dana Air 1008, contact ground 121.7.
Ground 121.7, Dana Air 1008. Dana Air 1008, request taxi to assigned gate.
Dana Air 1008, gate Kilo 1 taxi via Romeo.
Gate Kilo 1 via Romeo, Dana Air 1008.
APU gen close. Essential power on APU. Engine 2 bleed open. APU bleed open. APU gen close. Galley power off. After landing checks complete. Securing aircraft checks. Parking brake is on. Transponder off. Engine and wing anti-ice.
The boarding requested.